I'm so very excited. Super excited. The most excited anyone has ever been. Because I get to see Gant today. And look, I'm pretty sure he's the guy that killed the detective. All the evidence pretty much pointing to him. Because, you know, he's sexy and he wears gloves. Right? And it's always the sexy bitches in the gloves that have murderous intent behind their eyes. But, sexy fucking bitch that is. Oh, I know what AO3 does to that man. I know what they do to that man. It's a lot of with shipping with Lana. And weirdly enough on Karma, but I'm pretty sure I'll figure out why later. Which, I'm sorry, but you're not gonna make Von Karma hot. I'm sorry, you tried very hard, but he's just not, and you can stop trying. It's not gonna work, it's not gonna happen. Yes, I like me a mean old man, but I don't like indifferent kind of mean, you know, like the I don't give a shit about you kind of mean. I like the would insult me kind of mean, but also, you know. But no, I am, because I was looking through, because you don't need to know, but I was looking through his pages on AO3 of his tag. There's a lot of, when he's not just a side character in another story, he's kissing Lana, kissing Von Karma. Go off, I guess. I mean, there's also some other ones, but I don't know. Look, if you want to know, you can go look at AO3 yourself. My point being is that I like Gant in multiple ways. I think he's fun. I think he's pretty. I'd cosplay him if I wasn't a skinny short bitch. And look, he does me if I go on swimming, and I'll be like, Gant, sir, I can't swim. And he'd be like, what the fuck do you mean you can't swim? And I'd be like, yeah, nah, just never took to it, really. I tried. When I was younger, I cried in the pool during swimming lessons. It was every single time. Because we did swimming lessons in an outdoor pool in the middle of autumn. So every single year I would be forced to get out of the pool halfway through because I was too cold. And by that I mean my lips were blue. So I did half as much swimming as everyone else, and I never learned how to float on my own. Which some might consider sad or a failing. But frankly, in what situation am I going to encounter enough water that requires me to swim? If it floods, I've never experienced a flood. Why do I care? most natural disaster I'm going to experience is maybe my house burning down. That's the closest thing I've gotten. I've seen smoke in the air. Because one time, the school that I live near, the grass got really fucking dry. And some idiot set it on fire. Caused a fucking massive scene. It happens a lot actually. Idiots with their cigarettes or their matches just not being careful enough in the middle of summer and instead of starting forest fires. Happens so much. Cancer. I know. I'm pretty sure this is all your fault, and I'm pretty sure you're doing all of this on purpose, and I'm pretty sure you're not as nice of a guy as you're making yourself out to be, but I don't care. Just look at me one time. Just look at me specifically. Maybe you could like hold me. In what way? I don't give a shit, but hold me. Look. He's just, he's so, and I'm so weak to his sort of character. I can't handle it. I'm so pathetic. Damn it. I had a creme caramel, and now my stomach hurts. Oh, I'm a weak, tiny boy. The weakest and tiniest boy to ever tiny boy. I'm so excited. I'm gonna see Gant today, and he's gonna be so upset, and I'm gonna be like, I fucking called it, and he'll be like, what the fuck, man? And I was like, just needed the evidence. But before you go to jail, sir, you wanna... Fuck you. Fuck you. It's not one caramel. So creme caramel, if you don't know what that is, it's, you know what is considered pudding in, Japanese spaces? You know, that kind of pudding? That's what it is. It's not like what I would consider pudding, which is, a dense sort of cake. It's like, it's a French style custard, basically. It's like a creme brulee, but without the brulee part. But yes, I suppose I am quite tiny. But I can handle one caramel. See, look, I fixed the text finally. I finally figured out the right setting to change the opacity. I don't know why there are several opacity settings, but I fixed it. And now it actually looks good. But look, if I yap any longer, I'm going to, start talking about other things that aren't Gant, and none of us want that. Because last time I went on for half an hour about perfume. And no one wants that. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is kind of like a flan. I've never had a flan though. I just eat creme caramel. It's fucking delicious. More investigation time. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited because the art that I reposted yesterday. I'm so excited to learn about it. Oh, get honey, get honey, get honey. I'm a human being and I'm normal. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me. Yeah, maybe... Like, dude, I know you were, like, busy, like, doing schoolwork and stuff, but maybe you should have kept up with the news. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened? It's all in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? He looks... Look. Look. Look, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hang the fuck on. You wait right fucking there, Mr. Joe Dark. Just hang on. Just hang on. Just hang on. I don't know if anyone else will find this as funny as I do. is Is that not the same guy? Is that not the same guy? They look so similar. Oh, I'm sorry, White Eye, you don't deserve that. But you kinda do. And it's so funny to me, and no one else will understand. I think he's got the same hairstyle. And they both got that, like, long, old man face. I'm sorry that I keep bringing him up, but I have to. He does have piercing eyes. He does have piercing eyes. They both do have piercing eyes. It's great. Okay. I'll take you seriously, Mr. Joe Dark. You killed a lot of people. On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So, that means... yeah. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. I mean... Hang on, what do you mean you didn't see that one coming? It says so right there, bsky witness. What the fuck? Phoenix, did you not fucking read it? Because I did. Alright, tell me about these Joe Dark killings. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting through into the office. Joe Dark. Seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and scared me. And screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to kill me, take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. And what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture into my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of the poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. Yeah, fuck, what? You were like 14 at the time? I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. Yeah, you must have been 14, that's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I would become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge anything. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime? Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could just have testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Not technically. Like, not technically. That's being a bit mean to him. Yeah, he associated with someone who did. But again, it was his first fucking day. You give a man a fucking break there when he probably had nothing to do with the investigation and didn't touch any of the evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your side, over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was a chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better not have another talk with her. Cool. Yo, Lana. Sup, Lana? You know, Lana, I don't like that we look kind of similar. It's kind of weird. But whatever. Lana? Mr. Wright? Seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I don't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago? And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright? Cool. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, it doesn't just involve me. I don't don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Okay. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Hi, Mr. Gant. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, and he still worked on crime scenes. Damn it, Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before their reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're a prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and same investigations. We even had the same office. Which is why people are writing a lot about you two, I get it. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Jake Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Dark and Marshall left their guards down, then he fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance? But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with a closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Grant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SO9 murder. I see. Cool. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet here today. You're right. The chief detective seems to be the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Yeah, that's what I was planning to do. Sup, Marshall? Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. My hair is in my face and it's making me itchy. Ugh. There we go. Okay, Miss Marshall. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. And that means it was a different knife, Phoenix. Get up with the program, come on. Means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that they finally submitted, and that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that SL9 incident left behind. Well, it would be, you feeling like you did something wrong, Angel Star being vindictive about losing a job, and despite being a really good detective, Lana feeling terrible because of the evidence that she had to forge, Edgeworth being caught in the crossfire because of everything else everyone was doing around him, which wasn't his fault, but he suffered anyway. Frankly, we should all stop ganging up on Edgeworth. Give him a fucking break. There was something going on behind scenes in that case. You all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough to not be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of the duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that she mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. His brother, he means. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have already gone by. I tried to steal that evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. So, there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you. Thank you. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. I'm so glad you realize this, Marshall. I'm so glad. I'm so glad someone understands. Someone is damning Gant, the sexiest murderer I have ever seen. Well, one of, I know several. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Alright, cool, thanks, mate. Oh, okay. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Well, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying that she did, and... With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do, about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Miss Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's head to Chief Gant's office. Oh my god. Oh my. This is the most fancy office I've seen. Like, okay, Edgeworth's is more low-key. And those other two offices that we saw were like fancy in a pretentious way. This is like, oh my goodness. Mr. Gant, sir. Oh my god. Whoa. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it says on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius, and I didn't even get time to read that. Okay. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No. We saw each other like, I don't know, 3 hours ago, mate. No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Miss Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about this forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right about this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. I love how he does that. Oh. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Anything you say, sir. Yes, sir. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. God, your gloves are so hot. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems the case isn't over with it yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Well, lockpicking isn't that hard, mate. It's only illegal, it's not difficult. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Yep, and that's always the easy part, isn't it, right? Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by the inquiry committee? Even though he already went through that? He took a real beating in court today. Poor guy. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. What? Hang on. Okay, so I've got no fucking clue what this bit here is. That's really fucking weird. Oh, is that something you're holding? Okay, that makes sense. But this is different, isn't it? And that and this, that's the thing from the office. Not the office, the thing that we pieced together from the crime scene. God, look at him. Oh my god, he's so tall. And I love me a tall man. Oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, see, this is like a different thing entirely. Which is interesting, to say the least. But you know, I don't know how that connects to anything, so I don't like it matters at the moment. Hey pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. I was like, Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office when it's not his fucking fault. Jesus fucking Christ. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. No, that's just us flirting. That's just how Miles flirts with me. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood, which doesn't make any fucking sense. You're all fucking idiots. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Ayaluna Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, there are only those who, with talent, rise to the top. Only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go for lunch again sometime, my trade. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, mate. Okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Because they're friends, and he's definitely seen Edgeworth have a mental breakdown against Edgeworth's will. Definitely walked in on him doing that at some point and was like, whoa, okay, this kid's got problems. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Jark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. Yeah, he's not very good with faces. Or names. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well? What was it? Oh, let's just say I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Cool. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take the serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident. An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal. He killed a man that witnessed the accident. He killed someone else, and a kid walked by and he killed him too. Then he buried bodies. Jocko came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing the last witness wasn't killed. That last witness. AKA Emma. Yeah, that's the thing with the picture. Interesting. Yo, here you go. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it and is with the label SO9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you going to do with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We trace it back to the store he brought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints all over it. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. You take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Belonged to the murderer, Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. Now, this ID card. It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we can show him that would make him change his mind. Is there something I can show you that would change your mind? I don't know. Close. The dark. Serial murder. Death. Victims. Trial data. Nothing new here. I'm not sure how that would be helpful. Neil Marshall, between 7:30 p.m. Single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound with missing tip. Interesting. Is it something to do with this thing? Oh, that jar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant. Where could I have seen that before? In this photograph! Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep them in mind. Sheesh. What? What do you mean? What? But it's right there. Can't I be like, yeah, so it's this thing. It's this thing right here. Fuck, man. Ugh, that's not it. What else could it be? How would any of this be relevant to you being allowed in the chief's office? Cause that's definitely can. That is definitely can, and there's no fucking doubt about that. But we're not talking about that, we're talking about SL9. So what would change his mind? I don't know. Oh. No. Not a weapon. Oh, okay. Just give him the fucking murder weapon. No? I don't think so, because present the switchblade, talk to him about the murder weapon. Oh, I'm just meant to fuck off. Okay. Moving. I would not have assumed that, personally. But I would have probably figured it out eventually, just an embarrassing long time. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. He looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around it. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. Oh, maybe you should, like, convince him otherwise. Or are you a hypocrite, Phoenix? So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Yo, so what's up? There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. If someone gives you false or incomplete evidence, you do not have a way of being able to know if it is false or incomplete. You instinctively assume that the police do their best job and give you their best work. If they are not doing that, how are you meant to fucking know? That's complete bullshit. Sometimes I fucking hate the way this world works. The fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Aww, kisses him. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. Oh, Edgewood. That's called having friends. It's called having friends. You should know because you flirt with me in court. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out of the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After all, Neil Marshall was murdered. I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You are participating in a ceremony over at the station? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. It's a story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office after the chief asked you to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall was holding. It's a little different from yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. And there's a story behind its design. A story. Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award is based on. Really? It's kinda cute. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Cute. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. Thus, the Chinese word contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize. Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant? Huh. Really now? Really now, Chief Gant? Is that so? God, you're so... Oh my god. Oh. What a sexy lad. What a sexy lad. What a sexy, sexy fucking lad, you know? You know? Oh, everything goes great. Everything goes fantastically well. I get to see Edgeworth, and I get to hang out with Gant so much today, you won't believe. Ugh, oh my god. Anyway, what the fuck am I doing now? Because I feel like I've talked to you about everything. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are a curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That's really fucking weird. Can you not say that ever again? Still, I never thought you'd be digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in the trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed the Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark is a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean, because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on the SO9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Hi, Gaunt. Lana and Chief Gaunt. Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. Gaunt led the investigation with Lana in second command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gaunt's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence and attract something else, if you catch my drift. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence. You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it was just for her, I don't think Jake... If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done? I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save for Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then, Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gaunt's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SO9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then, no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. So what you're telling me is he's a control freak. I know this is... Look, I know this is an 18 plus space, but I don't want to say the words that just came to my brain. You can infer all you like. What? You mean that's why he transferred Lana? If he could control the prosecutor, the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. Blackmail. It's all logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I would have been. Aw, thanks, Lana. You're a good guy. I'm glad you're a good person, Lana. I'm happy, Lana. Okay, you got nothing to say to me. Goodbye. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency with but my answer's still no. Not letting you into the chief's office, period. And be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in this SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know. I don't know what you could possibly... Oh. Talk to Lana. Criminal Affairs Department, okay. Injuries. Hang on, was that not? That was where I was meant to be, so I'm missing something. Use Affairs Department, present letter of resignation. What? I don't have that. Okay, I'm missing something. Back to Edgeworth, I suppose. What could you possibly have? Oh my god, look at him. God, he's so pretty. He's so fucking gorgeous. He's so gorgeous. He's so gorgeous. Ah, right, of course. That makes sense. I saw it and I didn't even think to check. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. You're very good at distracting him, Phoenix. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? No! He's falling to the ground. Hold on. Because let me see what the girl's doing, crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Oh, he's self-loathing, my darling. My poor boy. Of course he's serious. He's serious about everything. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything? Yeah, emotionally manipulate your friend. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, well, look, if you resign from this, you can just work for me. Be the defense attorney you've always wanted to be. Don't you think that'd be fun? We could be matchy-matchy. Wouldn't that be fun? No? Oh, fuck. What's this crumpled piece of paper? Oh. No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So, at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Hell fucking yeah. Alright. I'm gonna go now. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Oh, I love the tile. It's like, it's got the crossover pattern all over it. Oh, it's gorgeous in here. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So, I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in and see you. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Okay. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I say. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. You say that, but we're in here for a reason. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... No, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's go around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Okay, Gumshoe. Whatever you say, mate. You should just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You do not think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? I do. The moment he showed up, I was like, you fucking did it, didn't you? And that made him more attractive, let's be real. What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do you think of him? Chief Gant. So it finally comes to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. Here you go, ignoring me again. Oh, don't worry, Gumshoe. It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal at all. Okay, I'm gonna just start on this side, work my way over that side. These shelves are almost empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Interesting. Useless table. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through and jump outside. This is the 15th floor? I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone still keeps it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends were made of. Did he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? Interesting. He's so interesting. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The Teja Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving this award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. They went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. It's on the 2nd floor. And this is the 15th floor of the entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the Chief calls him into his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. Oh. What's bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except a ringing in his ears. So the instrument is of punishment, literally. That's kind of hot though. It's kind of sexy. A man who's good with his fingers. Oh. But aren't the Chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. Wow. That's beside the point. This is such a cool floor. This mark looks like some kind of flower. Where it is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look kind of pointy and painful. Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe for intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like the code needs to be entered on the panel to open it. Fuck, I don't know the code. 7-digit number. I'm sorry, you might know, cause I've got no fucking clue, Phoenix. Go ahead. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. I want to try my birthday. It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Nah, I don't know. I don't know what he means. Look, Phoenix is acting like he knows. I've got no fucking clue though. I've got no fucking clue. It's probably got something to do with the case, and I don't know. I can't. I don't think I'm even gonna try. I'm just gonna mess it up on purpose, you know, so I can get the fuck out of this. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I guess that wasn't it. I'm so sure that was the number. Maybe we should check the court record again. A 7-digit number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it his fucking ID? Is it his fuck ass ID that would not be secure at all? It fucking better not be. It better not be. It better fucking not be. It better not be. I swear to God, if it really is. If it's his fuck ass ID. Oh my fucking God. It's the dumbest thing ever, Mr. Gant. It's so fucking stupid, Gant. Gant, that's not a secure code at all. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7 sevens. The final ID card number on that record. What? Number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This could only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Sure, why not? Actually, I don't want to look at this. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. You put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Look at the case time. What? SR9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about the evidence lists? Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. This list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long, which you know in hindsight, but you probably wouldn't have known given it was your first time. What would the other half of the list be doing here? Oh, so you did it so it was split, is what you're saying. I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about the case. Would appear so. Interesting. Look at the desk side of the desk. We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We're gonna look a little more into this. So talk to Edgeworth about it again, is what you're saying? This is the real deal, isn't it? His armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First a pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in the armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. He can be so scary. He can... Oh my god, I want to stand next to him in this room so badly. He'd be so much taller than me. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This is somehow looks familiar, but where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey! I saw someone wearing a shirt just like that one. Do you think the chief made up the disguise? I don't think so. Oh. Well, it's just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so, it's empty now. piece of cloth with a handprint on it, a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but useless unless you can prove they have something to do with this case. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my leg on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something you can show the detective. Can I show you the jar? I know that they... Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one! That was in the safe. Now you mention it, it is ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Hell yeah. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, I'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. And rotate. Yay! Easy peasy. Oh my god. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Huh? There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? I think it's unstable because it's upside down. Or maybe not. Anyway. For that other one... The handprint. What would prove that the handprint is related? And that's why I need it. Because we got a glove that's not entirely relevant. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. That's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never been anything useful to share to begin with. Got to stay positive. Okay, can I look at... Detective Gumshoe. I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town, jeez. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in that safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Check the prints, hell yeah. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints below the rest. What are you, my mom? I have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. This one looks clearest to me. Hell yeah, okay. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, the good bit. Fingerprint Dustin, the fastest and coolest guy ever. The fastest and coolest guy ever. You've never seen anyone spread a white dust this quickly. A white powder. Oh. Hell yeah. Aw, come on. Like, that was pretty perfect. That was pretty perfect all at once. What do you need more? There you go. Not can't. No. That's pretty similar. No. Huh? Emma? Why is it Emma's handprint? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they? Huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Doc's fingerprints. Psst, hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing in the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, you would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat? It's Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog running into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. I'll be on our way too then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair? Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like to have a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific... You with the spiky hair? You're free to go. Mr. Wright? Look, pal. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. No, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why was she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. Huh, he's not gonna fucking listen to you, frankly. He's pissed off. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. But she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh, I see. I see. I see. So the Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really. I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're willing to tell me the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think you're afraid of, more like. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of? What's this person's name? It's Chief Gant. Well, Miss Skye. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it that, though, Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was the second in command of the investigation. Yes, you. But also one other, damn Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Is this? I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. So as you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Calm down, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, it's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. So I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your hand right now. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator of the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. At least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. A few phone calls caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. God, Phoenix, you're always solving everyone's trauma instead of just solving crimes. You're basically everyone's therapist at this point. Detective Goodman, real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Oh, David Grant, you control freak, you. God, you're so sexy. You know it. You know you're fucking sexy. Oh yeah, we're saving the progress. Ugh. Ugh, and this is, yeah, final day. So, final day of trial. This should be the last thing, right? Final day former, latter two. So this might go over my usual 4 hours, but I'm willing to do that to get this done so we can start the next game, the second game Wednesday. February 25th. This is the defendant's lobby, alright. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth? Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt it will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right. The Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way I'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Truth. Everything goes back to the SO9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. Think about it. See you in court, right? Aw, Edgeworth. There it is. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Hell yeah. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement, but before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Hi! Oh my god. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all my charges against me. On February 1st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana... Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for a verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Jeez, you could have said that earlier. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Fucking say that to my face, please. Say that to me. Can you say that to me? Can you say those exact words to me, please? Can't please? Oh my god. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by its reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is that correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of the Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting for my sisters in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay, single stab wound. Okay, so it doesn't say the location. Cool. I was waiting for my sister in the office that day. Came running in, took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But you stabbed in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When the lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the deputy chief of police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she was finished her work. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Grant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. It's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room from the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity ran out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash was an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added that statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes. I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I drew it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. That scene that imprinted in your mind, can you please describe it to us? The man. Well, interesting. It is kind of just a piece of cloth, huh? A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. Okay. Piece of evidence that might prove it. Oh, wow, it's not even a real fucking list. That's annoying. Oh. There you are. Easy peasy. I go here, I click tab, I go here, I click present. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as a prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Aha! What's this? Yes. What is that? Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed. Two men appeared to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? I don't think the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order. But, Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If that list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging out of your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. You never turned the piece of paper over? What the fuck? Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? What do you mean you never turned it over? Sorry, Your Honor. There was indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Haha. Cute. Cute. That's it. That's... thing? That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism was the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright I could see all I could flash of lightning was so bright all I could see was shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness.
But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who'd come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture... Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course. This is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary. You don't have a salary. You're a commission worker. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story had influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Is this the picture I drew 2 years ago? Is there a contradiction here? What's the fucking contradiction, Mr. Wright? Can you tell me, please? You're assuming that I'm as smart as you when I'm not. Okay. What's the clear? Is the clear contradiction something to do with the knife not being a pointy knife, a pointy knife? Is that what the contradiction is? Is that it? Is it because the knife is straight and not pointy? I might try that. Shows exactly what I saw in this instance. Are you sure about that? Are you 100% sure? No. I don't think I want any points with the judge. Exactly what I saw in that instant. Good question. What the fuck does that mean, though? Okay, what could be weird about... I'm such a smart attorney, I swear to God. I swear I'm so smart and I'm so cool at everything. Thank you. Welcome to my courtroom. I'm clearly like the best that's ever been. You know, I don't think so. I think Phoenix is like way better at me than his job, but frankly, he does. Look, sometimes he's stupid, other times he's like, he says something and he's like, I know this, and I'm like, okay, but I don't, so can you, like, tell me the guy in your head, please? Choose the tip of the weapon. Oh, I have that. So I was right. I was right. I was right. So I was right. But I don't have that. I don't have that though. But it seems to have been lost. Oh, I see. I was on the right track. I was on the right track. I was on the right track this whole time. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction for us? What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The tip of the knife, I was on the right track, I was on the right track. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was murdered. Was a murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? You're all fucking idiots. It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound in the back. If the victim had been stabbed once, then the murder weapon would not have been broken yet. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up here. That's right, but what? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. That only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she was correctly remembering. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About the little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. I think the screwdriver was the murder weapon. I'm calling it now. If it doesn't end up being true, I don't know. I don't have a stipulation against that. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
I think you're mistaken. Broken knives don't just grow on trees.
There's no way there was another one. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I believe the witness must be mistaken. I knew it. You really don't believe me. That flash of lightning burned an unforgettable image in her mind. One that's been torturing her ever since. There's no way Emma could be mistaken. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If you so please, feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. That's only... there's only...
The murder weapon was already broken to the murder. Broken prior to the murder. That's the word I was missing, and that's why it was confusing me. Only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. I think the real murder weapon is the screwdriver. Which is why Gant wanted Edgeworth to take it with him. That's what I think. And I have room to be wrong. So I am going to present it, and if I'm wrong, then I'll fucking backpedal. But if I'm right, you are never hearing the fucking end of it. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh?
I'm sure this must be all very amusing to you, Mr. Wright.
Thank you. I know it's a great guess, but look. Okay. So the murder weapon, it was the murder weapon, it just wasn't broken in the end? Is that what we're saying? That's weird. It's weird. No, okay. Okay. And what's the real murder weapon? That's the only other murder weapon we have, but that's Edgeworth's. Why would he have Edgeworth's now? Huh? I'm so confused. Look, I can be wrong too many times. And I don't like being wrong.
In fact, I hate being wrong. I think being wrong's the worst.
I know there's more than one sharp thing in the room, but like, that doesn't make any sense. I think about these things logically, and yes, that's the only other knife that I have. But also, why is that? If they haven't given me a why in the first place, so why would I assume anything like that? I appreciate you not fucking helping me, and I'm trying so fucking hard to not look at the guy. Yeah, ugh. See, maybe one of these things I'm on the right track about, but I don't know what it wants me to present instead. I'm not fucking reading that because I know... Look. Wow. Okay, how much of that do I have to redo? Fuck me! Fuck you! Fuck you, game! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh my Okay, while I skip through this, let's fucking brainstorm. Let me brainstorm, because maybe what it is because I think I'm on the right track of saying that it was a trophy. But they're being fucking pedantic and wanting me to be very particular in the evidence that I present, which I fucking hate. It's really annoying because it's like, it's not just an Ace Attorney thing. It happened when I was playing Raincoat as well, in which... Hi, Kent! You're going to jail very soon. Oh, but I love you. Anyway, these games, sometimes what they do is I either think 2 steps ahead of what they actually want me to be on, or they give me multiple ways of coming to that logical conclusion, but they only accept one possible route for coming to that conclusion, right? Fuck, this is the most annoying thing in the world. What do you mean I have to redo the whole thing? Ugh. Thanks, Edgeworth. You're the coolest guy in the fucking room. You know that, right? You know you're the coolest guy in the room. You know that, right? And I feel like I have to keep talking, otherwise this is just get boring while I'm skipping through this whole thing because we've already seen it. I am never letting myself be this wrong ever again. This is why... Oh my god. Like, here's the thing. With it being the trophy, right? The problem with that is I wouldn't assume that the trophy is in that office because it doesn't belong to either of the people who the office is owned by. That's... Why would that make any sense at all? Like... Why are you assuming? It's assuming that I know things and I'm coming to logical conclusions. But I have very different logic to you, bitch. Can't believe you do this to me. Oh my god. 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 Okay. You are so glad I like you, Gant. You are so glad I like you. Okay, what was I meant to do with this one? This one was a pressing one. This one you press on everything. Aww. There should be a bit of a better skip button. Oh my god. If my sister in the office that day, press that one. Oh, you don't do that thing? Look. I'm cool. I'm a cool guy. I'm a cool guy, okay? I'm smart and I know things. Look, my integrity is being thrown into question and I feel inferior right now. Oh, hi Gant, hi Gant, hi Gant. I love you, Gant. I love you. I love you so much. And you're going to jail, but could we like go out to dinner, maybe? Just one time. Just one time. Just one time. Just once. Just once. I think I deserve that. Just one time. Just one time. Just the one time. I think I deserve that. I think, at this rate, I deserve it the most out of everyone in the entirety of existence. Wow, Edward, what? I can't believe that they pulled wool over your eyes. That thing I've been assuming they were doing from the beginning. Wow. What a reveal. What a reveal, what a reveal. Wow, I can't believe that some people are fucking corrupt in this system. Who could have guessed after Von Karma? I'm so hot in what's the thing I'm wearing? I love you, Edward. You're so cute. You're so cute. I'm gonna cup your little face and kiss your little forehead. Oh, Eddie, Eddie boy. God, I got so far. Graduated 2 years ago. Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Picture exactly what you saw. Be sure it wasn't influence. And depress it all, and then I can get back to what I was doing, right? Is something bothering me? Yes. Yes, there is something bothering me. God, I already don't fucking remember what I was doing earlier. Jesus Christ. It was painted black. Shadows. No, I couldn't see them clearly. Blah 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 blah. Knocked down, turned around, this guy was being stabbed. It was horrible, really. And like, why would the award be in the office? I don't know, maybe they were keeping it safe. But that's a bullshit fucking reason, because why would he have fucking kept it there? Because, I don't know, it's weird and dumb and I'm getting defensive now because I fucking hate this shit. I don't like being wrong. I don't like being wrong. I don't like being wrong. Strange, she claims she saw exactly what I saw, and yet... My conclusion now is that Marshall is a dumbass. That's not really what I'm saying. It was not his fault he was murdered, it's really not. I don't want to blame the victim here. Right, need to present the autopsy. Blatant contradiction. Blah 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 blah. Select the tip of the knife. Even I can see that, Mr. Wright, and I'm an idiot, don't you know that? Because you need to explain so many things to me over these past few months. And pray tell what possibly could be the problem. So many objections. Object and object and object, and this is me flirting with you, really. We should all know that. It's not... Look, don't... Look, I feel like you're just flattering me at this point. It doesn't feel that much harder than anything else. Like, I understand what their line of logic is. I completely get that. But come on, you need, like... Give me some leeway. Like... Oh, it's Tom Cardy. That's my alarm to tell me to eat food, but I'm busy. I'm busy. Anyway, I understand what their line of logic is, right? But it would make me feel better if they allowed me to have that leeway in which either version of the piece of evidence could be the correct one to pick. Because that makes me go, because the thing is what happens is if you say that one's wrong, then I assume the other one is also wrong, which I should stop doing. But still, it's like, this is my line of logic, and then you've closed it. So yes, I was right, but just wrong. I was just right in the wrong kind of way. You know what I mean? Broken tip is the falsified piece of evidence, blah 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 blah. And God got rid of the fucking halberd, the fucking stabby bit of the shield to disprove it. To like
make people forget about that bit, you know, that kind of stuff. Along with Damon Guard, and that's why they showed me the picture, because they're foolish like that. Yeah, this is the first. This is DLC content, and also they've been doing it the whole game. They've been doing that shit the whole game, which is like, man, like it's not just an Ace Attorney thing. It is a thing that happens with all sorts of like detective games, which makes sense because like if you're like making and playtesting a game, you're not going to assume that assume every path of logic everyone's going to take, right? Because a logic is just different for everyone in that sort of way. But which leads to a lot of people who play detective games being like, wow, this is so stupid. That's not even the logical conclusion anyone should fucking make from that, even though it does make complete fucking sense. But I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I'm upset that I've had to sit here for like, what, 5 fucking minutes doing this? Which isn't a problem at all. That's my fault for not saving, but I also didn't know that it would just send me back to the title screen. Maybe I should have fucking guessed that, but I didn't know that. Unreal murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago, in the past, right here inside this picture. This is the picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall was holding. Why the fuck would that be something that can be removed anyway? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. First of all, why was it sharp enough to be able to stab a man? Puncture his lung and his heart? That's a pretty deep fucking stab wound. How did they do that? How did he do that? That's a lot of force you're putting on that, and like, I don't know what it's like to willingly stab something, but I have a feeling that something blunt shouldn't be able to stab something, so why was it sharp enough to be able to stab someone with? Second of all, why was it removable? That's a cause for danger. Why was it designed to be removable? How does the case say on if that knife bit is removable? I understand where your logic is, I'm not seeing your fucking logic. Look, I get it, I get you, I hear you, I see you, game, I see you, writers, I understand you, I see where you're coming from, but these are questions that I'm gonna be asking, and I deserve to have them answered. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given the broken shield and knife. And then he chased after Joe Dark. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. His broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation, I say. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because the Chief Prosecutor's Award knife was... If the King of Prosecutors Award knife was a murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean... the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It goes so deep, it's fucking... Look, I get it. They want to be cool and fancy for their DLC content, and I get it. It's really interesting,
and I am fucking hooked to find out what the fuck is going on. I do like it. I am enjoying it, and I am excited for the conclusion that we will get to eventually in the next 2 hours. It seems Mr. Wright has been too eager to jump to conclusions. What's up? Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. And what is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one that picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Where I overthink on a daily basis, and my therapist told me to stop. You telling me to go against my therapist? Jeez. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Look, it's not my fault. This is the DLC content. I'm being forced to play this so I can see the other sexy prosecutors. That's all I'm doing this for. I'm doing this to meet the other prosecutors, okay? That's why I'm here. I'm here. I'll sort of finally get eyes on Edgeworth's story so that maybe I can write 1,000 words about him being sad and alone in his room, because that's my favorite thing to write about. Look, it's not my fault the game forced me to be here. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Huh? Okay. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him yet until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense... Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've always confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Okay. 80% deep, I know that. We're in the former of the trial. We'll get into the latter. And then the ending. When I saw the man raise his knife... What did you see? Tell me more. When you say the man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see was shadows. The power outage and that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you panicked and rushed towards both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She was convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. And that Dark guy knocked me down. All I could think was, I've gotta help that other person. I think I knocked the man away with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember anything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening, and in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. Which you would understand personally, kisses your forehead. I'm sorry, Edgeworth, that wasn't meant to be a dig at you, that was meant to... I'm sorry, that was just an observation. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who brought up this hideous beast. And that was just a year ago. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite unverifiable. I know it sounds strange, but I was surprised too when I saw it at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. But I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when I thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I was sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face? With its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please show us what this shadow really was. What Emma saw in that lightning flash. Who is the blue badger really? That's a good question. This? That's the closest thing we got. And it kind of makes sense, don't you think? The blue badger hadn't even been draped up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defence's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? The mysterious blue badger look-alike. Hang on a second. Oh, I can't. Okay, you're being a jerk. Okay. Yes! The mysterious blue badger look-alike is in fact this. I was right. Oh, I'm so smart. But that's What exactly is it? I believe it's some sort of jar. But, Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't, but as it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? We spin it. We spin it. Spin. That's a good question, Mr. Wright. How do we make it look like that? That looks good enough to me. No, I don't know. It looks pretty much like him in my opinion. Allow me to remind the defense, this case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim. I'm just gonna... right angle, maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally. Wow, Mr. Wright. Correct angle. Okay. Look, I kind of do see what angles they might mean. 10 minutes to get the angle. Jeez, fucking Christ. Oh my god, 10 minutes. Oh, it's like a fucking Porog puzzle, I swear to god. Look, because I kind of get where they're going with it. But they're not they're kind of, they like being a bit precise with their locations, don't they? It is fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Like, I get it, okay? I get what they mean. I'm trying to be smart and all. Maybe you should help me, Mr. Wright. You know, look, these games could benefit from a bit more hints. Personally, I think. On its side, maybe. Oh god, I fucking hate this music so much. I hate this fucking music. I hate it so much. And I have to listen to this. I fucking hate this music. I hate it so much. I want it to fucking stop. I hated it every other time it's played. Ugh, this music fucking sucks. This music fucking sucks. I'm just gonna try every possible thing. Hopefully it doesn't take me forever. Yeah, I figured it's alright, but what do you want out of me, Mr. Wright? What do you want out of me, Mr. Wright? These fuck-ass controls. What do you mean, HNBM? That's the fucking weirdest control scheme I've ever seen in my life.
So, while we figure this out, in news, I bought Tim Tams yesterday. They're pretty good, except not really. Okay, so my favorite kind of Tim Tam is a nice is the salted caramel, the Murray River salted caramel Tim Tams. They're my Tim Tams. They're my favorite kind of Tim Tams, right? And I love them so much. And they're not a limited edition kind of thing, and they're not a sold in certain stores kind of thing. Well, they're not meant to be, except that every store near where I live stopped selling them, and I don't know fucking why, so I can't get them anywhere. I can find them occasionally in other grocery stores, but like all the ones near me, they don't have them, even though they're the best fucking flavor they've ever created, right? And, you know, frankly, I'm a bit upset about it. Because they're the best ones. And they have started selling a second salted caramel flavor, because, like, they have a new deluxe line of Tim Tams. And it's like a salted caramel brownie flavor. And their brownie flavors are really fucking weird, because they taste a lot like brownies in a weird sort of way, you know? In like that way where you're like, wow, that does taste like a brownie. That's fucking weird, right? Right? And I'm not super into it because there isn't a lot of that salted caramel flavor. It's not salty enough. There's not enough caramel in there. The brownie bit is so fucking overpowering. I want my Murray River salt ones back. They're fucking good. They're so good. They're so fucking good, man. Oh, I'll never do Tim Tam Slam with them ever again. It makes me sad. Fucking Jesus, I'm going. I think we can all agree that, yes, it'll make Gumshoe very upset, but we are putting this thing in a wood chipper. Look, okay, the Tim Tams are fucking great. If you've never had a Tim Tam, you need to go out and buy some. I personally like the caramel ones all the best, but there are other flavours. Nah, seriously. Fucking Tim Tams. Whoo, baby. Oh my god. So here's the thing. So, as some of you may have noticed with some of the things that I say, I do in fact have, like, a little walkthrough up that's like just basic help and directions for whenever I get stuck, right? The walkthrough says, for this specific part, it just says, choose the location. Very helpful walkthrough. That's the most helpful thing you've ever said to me. That's the most helpful thing you've ever fucking said to me. The biggest problem with that is that there are multiple angles where it kind of looks like it. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this. Because I'm already retrying things. And look, that handle's broken off. I'm glad it, like, gives me as many tries as I want, though. I definitely do need a hint, please. Please, I need a hint, otherwise I'm gonna go on Google and just Google it. I'd be sitting here for fucking ever. Oh, it's such a weird thing.
Like, the blood has to be on front, right? Yeah, I don't think I did. And the blood definitely needs to be on in the front, which makes sense to me. Well, I feel like I'm getting somewhere, but okay, we rotate it. We rotate it, and then those being matchy-matchy would be on that side, right? That makes sense. And like, if it's not just straight up this, then what the fuck would it be? Right? ETC inside of the face. It was a bit more one way or the other. No, it can't be that way. It would have to be this way. Oh my god. How specific do you need me to be, Phoenix Wright? Phoenix Wright? No, that's just wrong. Oh my god, I clicked the wrong button and I hate this fucking music. Can't accept the claim. I know that, Mr. Wright. There's no leeway. There's no leeway, and I hate this shit. Oh my god. Why must it have the most annoying theme I've ever heard? It's probably the point. That's probably the fucking point. Oh my god, Phoenix Wright. I fucking... Okay. My pride is being damaged every single fucking time. Every single time. Every single fucking time. It's honestly a bit horrible, really. Edgeworth, can't you figure this one out? Look, man, you see what I'm seeing, don't you? You get it? You get it? Of course you get it, okay? You see what I'm seeing? You understand? I cannot fucking imagine playing this as a child in the DS era and not having the internet and not having a friend who's played this before. I can imagine a fucking 12-year-old sitting there trying to do this and then just giving the fuck up. So many people gave up on this because they couldn't figure it out. Oh my god, I'm just gonna fucking Google it. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done trying to figure it out. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is Rise of the Matches. Right. I know it's just the angle. That's all I'm searching up. That's all I fucking need. I just need a picture of what it's meant to look like so I can replicate it. Because otherwise, I'm gonna rage. And no one wants that. No one wants that.
I'll go on Pixiv and look at Old Man Yowie. Okay, that's what I'll do. This is a former thing, isn't it? So I was right, but it wasn't accepting me. Fuck you. Okay. Oh god, I'm right, but it's being so particular. Oh my god, you are the... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, how did they not fix this in the HD version? How did they not fucking fix this? How is this not something that was absolutely fixed? Oh my god, Phoenix, it is right though! No, it's not! That's not! Oh, fuck you. Edward, just look at it, just look at it. You see what I see, don't you? I'm not crazy. This music would drive anyone crazy. Yeah, it needs to be precise, and that's why I fucking hate it. Ugh. Like, you're meant to be nice to your gamers. Fucking finally! I was right! I was right for about 5 fucking minutes. Oh my god, I'm taking this fucking thing off. I'm too hot wearing it. Oh my god. Bitch ass motherfucker. Oh my god. You don't deserve to be a framed picture on my wall, Phoenix Wright. Even though I already have a frame for you. Ugh. Hang on, I need my fucking hat, otherwise my ears are gonna start hurting. Ugh. Ugh. If my chips weren't so loud, I'd be eating with my mouth. My friend picture of Phoenix about to kiss Miles. Cheers. Well, is this a miracle or what? Yay! I'm so happy for you. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Now I'm cold, what the fuck? No, it can't be. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. I'm not making myself do that again if I have to redo anything. I'm not doing that. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. You enjoyed watching me struggle for 10 minutes? Edgeworth, please. Keep that to yourself. What's your point? What do you mean? So, that badger thing was actually just as a jar. It doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, so the thing that I was wearing before is like, is my Cadicarus brand sleepy hoodie thing that he sold that like turns into a plush of himself. It's really cute. I like it. I wear it sometimes. But that has a hood on it. And now that I'm not wearing the hood, there is a weird echo that wasn't there before. I can hear more and I don't like it. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar. Location, the murder weapon, the murderer. I don't know! Fucking Jesus. I don't know what that fucking proves. It doesn't change the location because we knew where it was already. It doesn't change the murder weapon because we knew what that was already. How the fuck would it change the murderer? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar shown in this picture, taken on the day of the crime, was on a shelf in the office of Dam and Gant. But the body was found lying in Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. That's very specific, but okay. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Dam and Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Perhaps. Perhaps we're saying that this runs deeper. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I think I have an idea. Is it attractive things? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... Yes, there is another possibility for what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nonetheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place and as the defense theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man and the sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, I see. Hmm. Wow, I can't believe you're actually smart for once. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Jeez. What a thing to tell a poor girl. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. That is unprecedented. I feel like I don't understand why this world acts like accidents and manslaughter don't exist. 90%, dude. Dude. 90. We're only halfway through the damn trial. Not 90 yet. Long way from 90. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances, you dark, murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin that crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If you don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. The parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another? That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. I think it's the handprint on the cloth because that would have been from his jacket. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? She's not a murderer, it's different. You all act like doing it on accident is the same as doing it on purpose when it's not. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Mwah, kisses you, Edgeworth. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. This is the message from the deceased. Right. Now then, this is the message from the judge. Fuck. Oh. I guess it wasn't right. Okay. What's going on? Okay. Dead person left behind a message. Would have been written a written form. That's the only logical conclusion.
You'd better be careful, you might wind up deceased yourself. Let's try this again. In written form. Stabbed. In written form. I have this, that's not relevant. I have this, that's not relevant. I have this, how would that be relevant? It wouldn't be, right? Yeah, it wouldn't be relevant. I have this, how would that be relevant? Died of blood loss, under 10 minutes, weapon found in wound, missing tip. Wouldn't be relevant. He's just flirting. He's not threatening me. He's just flirting. He knows what he's doing. He knows what's going to happen later. How would this be relevant? It wouldn't be, right? No. So, yeah, like, there isn't really anything. Written form? That's not relevant. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. What the fuck is relevant? What's relevant? What's relevant? I don't know what's relevant. I don't know. I'm never gonna fucking know. Yeah, blood. Perhaps it makes more sense in Japanese. This is the message left behind by the deceased. This is a blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten about this jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, yeah, I'm sure it makes more sense in Japanese. Closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments is not wiped away. Yes, there's a little line here drawn in blood. So what are you saying? It is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. A lot of this case is fucking stupid, but they introduced me to some very pretty person, so I can't blame them, really. I'm distracted, you're distracted. I'll let it slide this one time. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need is to connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the message. Connecting the dots. His murderer's name. Ah, I see it now. Now that I'm fucking looking for it, I see it. So, hang on. I don't know. Hang on, I was not paying attention. I don't know the buttons. I think you should make him write down, "I won't do it again" 100 times. You'd love that, wouldn't you? Connect the lines. There's only some circumstances his murderer's name. Okay, but... I'm confused. Am I meant to... No. What am I meant to do? What are the buttons? I don't know what the buttons are. Why would I need to use the mouse when I haven't needed the mouse this entire game? What the fuck? That's so bullshit. I haven't needed to use the mouse the entire time. And yet now it's forcing me? Oh, what? This is a remnant from the DS era, isn't it? This is a remnant from it being a DS game. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove his client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Grim, really. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Again, I know you're going to jail, but can you put your hands on my shoulders before you do so? Just one time, just once. That would make me incredibly, extremely happy. Pretty please? The prettiest of pleases. I promise to be very good. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of this final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction, which is all your fault. He's gonna hate himself. He's gonna hate himself. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Are you telling me? I'm sorry. Are you telling me there's a man hotter than Gant? Because Gant is peak right now. I haven't met anyone hotter than Gant in the series so far. Look,
Look, I'm looking forward to meeting Godot. We all know this. I have a little Godot keychain. I've seen a tiny little bit of him, but I'm very excited to meet him. He's not Gant levels of hot though. I'm not gonna search anything up. I'm not, because I'm excited to actually experience the game. Why else would I be fucking playing it? I'm playing it because my brother won't let me fucking finish watching the anime. So, I'm fixing that shit. Anyway, I highly doubt anyone's gonna be hotter than Gant, and you can mark my fucking words. If I'm wrong, then I'll just have to commission an artist, won't I? But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. He's so cute when he does that. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. If there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. And it's not fair to do that to him because the other prosecutor was dead and Miles had like one fucking day and you know what the fuck you're doing, and it's so... You're such a jerk and you're such a bad man. But oh my god, dinner tonight with me, please. I can't fucking swim, but you could teach me. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? God, he's such a freak. He's such a freak. He's such a fucking freak. He wants to ruin this kid for no reason. It's so... He's such a bad person. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Why would you want to sow distrust in the prosecutors when you work directly with them? Or do you just hate Phoenix? Do you just hate Miles Edgeworth that much? It's very interesting. You don't need to know what I was... Okay. That other thought that I had in my brain, you don't need to know about that one. That one's a private thought that we keep private. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Oh. Ugh. I'm gonna fucking... I'm fucking finishing this trial today. I'm fucking finishing this trial today. I don't care how long it fucking takes. I'm fucking finishing this trial today so I can start the next game tomorrow on fucking Wednesday. I'm fucking finishing this. It's gonna take me maybe another hour or so. I don't care. I'm fucking finishing this. I definitely gonna fucking finish it because I don't know how long is left. It looks like a lot, but I could also fly fucking through it, so who knows. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Yeah, they were having a moment, Gumshoe. They were having a moment. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Look, I'm not gonna play all of them. Okay. I bought the Apollo Justice trilogy. So I have 5 games. I don't know if I'm going to play the other one, but I have the Apollo Justice series. So I will be playing that after I finish these 3 games. That I can promise you. And I will be known as the Ace Attorney guy for playing Ace Attorney for the last 6 months. And will be the Ace Attorney guy. I deserve to be the Ace Attorney guy. You've got you've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. I thought you got fired, mate.
And on top of it, off you call me here. You've seen happier people at funerals. You said that last time. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. I do have the... Yeah, I do have the Apollo, because it was on sale. It was 50% off on Steam, and it comes off sale today, so I was like, oh, I'll just fucking buy it. Okay, it's $37, which isn't bad, so I'll fucking buy it, because I need it. I have the Investigations game on my Switch, but that's on my Switch, and I have no way of broadcasting that, which is why... Which is like why it would be this and then Apollo Justice rather than this and then Investigations, even though I would like to play Investigations far more than Apollo Justice. Because I love you, Edgeworth. I love you so much. I love you so much, baby. Mwah. Anyway, yeah. So if I can figure out the Switch thing, then I will stream Investigations. But if I don't, I'll just tell you all about it. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? The hottie? Of course I'm gonna take him on. In a fight. Definitely in a fight. Give this book a read through. Okay. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. Don't say that! Don't! I've never had anyone say that to me before. I can't tell if it's so gross. Don't say that to me. I'm a tiny little boy. Oh, one day I want to do an entire stream that is about me making a tier list of all the men I think are sexy. Because I would love to rant about my favourite characters. That would be most fun. And then everyone can judge me and they'll be like, I feel like you've got some daddy issues. And I'll be like, I can't possibly have any daddy issues. My father is present. Exactly, the hear me out stream. That's what I want to do. I want to do that one so badly. But that's for later. That's for later, when I want to have some fun and not when I'm busy kissing Edgeworth on the forehead and making him a cup of tea while he tells me about his trauma. To an extent. Okay. Look, Gant is a bad man, but he is not the worst man on my simplest. I'll just leave it at that. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why am I still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all ruined, even with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Miss Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there, and she can only be charged with mutilation of a corpse, and possibly to do with something to do with helping with the crime, but less likely because she's clearly being blackmailed. What? And we're going to expose him! Yeah, we are. No matter what it takes. This is the case. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Hell yeah. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honour. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honour. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honour. I have a solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defence to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Of course he has, because he wants us just as badly as you do. You're both on the same side. He was... Look, I'm just saying. He could have changed his career path, but he didn't. Because he likes bantering with you in court, let's just say that. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is our last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Fuck, do I... Oh, no. The defense calls... Why am I meant to fucking know? Why are you assuming I know? Okay. Does it have... Is it meant to be? Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honour? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. That's the cute thing he does. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What, is this some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with that grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. You manipulator, you. You want to do that out of a glass of wine, even though I don't drink wine and I never will? Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. The SO9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Wow. Stabbed. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Questioning him that day, yeah? As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day? Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. Jeez. Oh my god. What a fucking thing to say. That's not funny. Could you tell us about what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and the serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also collapsed on the floor. Yeah, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, She must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? That's right. Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. And so you're saying the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better staring off at the court record. Worthy! Always a smooth talker. See, I fucking knew it. He's flirting with him in court. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay. So... no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Piece of cloth, what would prove it? Rubber glove. Ugh. Evidence for something, but what? I'm surprised we haven't discarded irrelevant evidence yet. I'm surprised we didn't do that. It's probably got something to do with it. What does it have to do with that? I was questioning that day. Would it be something to do with the last statement? I assume it's something to do with the last statement. God, you and your fucking gloves are so hot. So... that's not gonna help me. That's just photo, it's not gonna help me. It is I can't read, so it's not gonna help me. I'm assuming... if you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? What's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please? I don't know, you tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Oh, not this again. Evidence law. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is this rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, RG. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. Okay. 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 so I am on the right track. And we all know that. Okay, then the jar, because that was also found in your safe. See, I had nothing to do with the forgery. You cutie, you. You can claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue battery you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. God, look at him. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? What would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office where you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see. What was it now? A jar and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then you're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Arranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Aji, in return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? Wow, these guys telepathic. Weirdos. For all I know, you could have planted that in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those items were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. I'm just gonna press him. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and dipped Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints were found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Fucking... What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Aww. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Raito. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene would have helped me in any way. Really, Chief Gout? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of SL9 incident secured your promotion as to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I don't know. I do, like, he definitely was an accomplice, definitely. True, you might not have helped out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright. Oh my god, why do people keep calling me while I'm doing... Damn again. Ugh, back to you. It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped support evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SO9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? I love that image. That image in my brain. I love that. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gaunt. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing but more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange through the entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just, what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gaunt is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order, I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. This is impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There is no turning back for us now. This looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gaunt is just a man. His question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that he was involved in the murder. Finally, we can fill in the blank on the ID card record. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 77. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gaunt's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gaunt, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order. Chief Gaunt, what do you have to say? God, look at him. Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of your ID card. Chief Gaunt, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Oh my god, he really is a control freak. That's so hot. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be?
I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean?
This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant that day, on the day of the crime. The proof that they met. It's a good question. It's a very good question. What would be the evidence? Why? What would it be? Because... I mean, they would have to see each other. Because he lost his thing, right? Yeah, it can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. So it would have to be that. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman? Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh my god, that's so cool. He's so cool. Chief Gant, you didn't... The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit a murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. A victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the Chief of Police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. Could the Chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, Show us the evidence. You broke Edgeworth's lock on his car. Forced him to be an unwilling participant. This is how you move Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver. But what does this have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Aha! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it at the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought it back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Hi, we're having a great time. Poor Edgeworth, he can't get the fuck away from this shit. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal on the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into a trunk to be taken away, but the exact opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now, dude. That makes you look even more suspicious. What? That is not a right to casually be invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you have any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? That's what she told me, yes. If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of the body? Do you have any concrete proof? I don't think I do. But Lana Skye can attest to it if she so chooses. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Ajay? In that case, this court is forced to penalise you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Angie, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Ugh. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Yes, it would be. She just has to tell me the truth, Miss Lana. Lana. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now... Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. Let's talk about Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claims anyway, right? God, you manipulative son of a bitch. Oh. Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Please take me with you. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I will say though, that was the most manipulative thing anyone has ever said in that courtroom. You're blinded by your trust in this man. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, Vals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Don't worry. I'm already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotter girl you used to work with. What do you mean? Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. The chief. That is not a right to casually invoke. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma! Are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was at the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny, I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier for her that way. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gart's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I say. Well, better get back. It's time for the final act. I mean, why don't you wait here? No. I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. You and me, as husbands, will end it together. I'm not coming up on 5 hours. This is gonna be the longest one yet, and it's gonna be fun. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us what your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to capital offences. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. And not what you said when we questioned you earlier. Come on, Lana. Please, Mr. Wright. You've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Deep down, there's really screaming in agony. Yeah. And this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that was would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth behind this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present to court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister also became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Anna. That's why you fabricated evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor ward knife was stuck into the victim's body. That's a contradiction. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change my statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade. Oh, that was lying on the floor, a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. It's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound that then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for more details. Why did you plant the knife and why did you move the body? I would personally ask about either one. What's the point of moving the body, you know? When you showed up to the scene, what exactly were the victims' bodies? He was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found at your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Just have the witness explain it in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plans. Is that so? Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient, okay, to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time of the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. The motivation was getting Dark convicted. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like a murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk a death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Worked alongside Gaunt for years. Blackmail theory, fabricated the evidence herself, broke the tip. Used the broken jar, threatened my plans. The jar couldn't have been broken at that time because of the writing on it. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene when Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction in your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly, so... And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are. That the truth towards which we're headed... What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got most of it. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in the blood? Yeah, I wasn't the chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I immediately noticed the blood, yes. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle the thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defendant's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have, but it was so dark in the room that I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them into dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I know I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up all the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in the office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol whenever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. I could think was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you will legally rearrange the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will prove a permanent stain in the history of the prosecution's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must have really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. And what possibility might that be, Mr. Wright? Okay, so we're talking about that day. The autopsy, Marshall's fingerprints, the jar, the glovey glove, which still hasn't become relevant at all. But so large, I need to make sure I got all of them. Okay. They are large fragments, I will give you that. But are you sure you ended up getting them all? Because look at all this fucking blood. Miss Sky, I believe This jar conceals a truth even you are unaware of. What? We found the piece of this. We found the piece of this piece of jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. That there was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night of the prosecutor marshal was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When the witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There was no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was the first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Ooh, ow. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? Do you mean... so you do tell foul lies, then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor. Emmett and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any picture from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. Must be somewhere then. Evidence law, evidence law. Oh, I see. Yeah, oh, what? I can't. Well, it's clearly the thing that I'm... Oh, but I can't look at it? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. What do you not? Oh, I am meant to do it, aren't I? What the f- It's not letting me do it though. No, that's not it, that's why. Evidence law. Very cute. Well, this is what I think it is. I think this is what she's talking about, but maybe it's not? What else could it possibly be? Picture like that on the day of the crime. You didn't give me that. You didn't give me that. Am I... It is meant to be this, isn't it? Oh. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh, oh my. Oh, oh my god, you guys, stop praising me. I don't need to hear it or anything. Say it more. No, don't, you don't need to. Don't stroke my ego. I don't need it. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. I see. Mr. Wright, the piece cut from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gaunt's safe? Interesting. with Lana print on it. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's those fingerprints, whose ever fingerprints those are, must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get back to the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Impaled on the suit of armor. Okay. Hi! Hi! Come now, Ajay. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out to be the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. Oh, what a wonderful thing to say to him. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Frito? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Look, I'm not saying that you killed Neil Marshall. I'm saying that you concealed it. That's all I'm saying. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think of this through carefully. I can't afford to make a wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows it? Look, I think you definitely should. I think you should. I think you should, because what harm could it do? Look, all I'm saying is, like, because clearly it was, she took a picture of how she arrived on the scene, correct? And the evidence was already taken, meaning it was already tampered with. Meaning, we still have a fucking case against this guy. As attractive as he might be. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence. Alright! Time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints must have been the chief's. How am I going to prove it? You're asking me to think further ahead. I don't think that far ahead. I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm letting the game wash over me. And I will think as they wish for me to think. Now then, let's see the conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes, it's most likely cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints were on this? I'm sure Raito has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? The Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine? So I really did do it? See? I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied fucking... Yes, I'm glad you told me. However, Mr. Wright, here's the thing. I have to... You're telling me I have to do this again? And I don't remember the last time I saved. And I don't want to have to fucking do that again. Look, here's the thing, though. She's 16. God, you're all fucking idiots. I hate you all. Look, I don't care what any of this is saying anymore. Look. Ladder 2. Yes, I know. I have to do the whole thing fucking again until Garnt gets here, and it's gonna be sad. I'm gonna hate it all. Anyway. Lana, get the fuck on with it! I don't have anything to talk about right now! I'm gonna break my keyboard. It only cost me $5. I shouldn't do that. $5 new, by the way. Not $5 second hand. $5 new. Anyway, what was I doing with this? This one was a press, wasn't it? I don't remember. I wasn't paying that much attention. Years ago, arranged crime scene, da. Did this all by yourself. You found it that way. Yes, you did. I remember you saying all this. I don't need to hear it again. And I... Yes, you did all that, and I know you did. I broke off the tip, yeah you did, and we talked about that more. And then we mentioned the jar, then I present the jar, and then I present the jar again. Oh fuck, that was the wrong one. I got the tip of the planted over the wound, plant the tip and knife, just press it again. But why? Yes, I know why. Why did you move the body? Because it would have been... Oh, the crime would have been obvious. Yes. We all know this. Piece of the jar. But how could the jar possibly be a threat to you if it was already intact? Okay, and then we present the jar again when we talk about it more. How you wiped away those pieces like a criminal. Because only criminals do that. I'm not a criminal though, I'm a good boy. I'm such a good boy. Oh, if only certain people would say that to my face.
Phoenix. And then I would show you the jar again. Immediately noticed the jar, the room, swiped it away, fragments were large. Before it was discovered, presenting. And then yes, thank you, Phoenix. You're so smart and you're so cool, and wow, everyone wants to be just like you when they grow up. I can't believe this, Phoenix Wright. You're like the coolest guy in the world. The coolest guy in the world, Phoenix Wright. Oh my god. Oh. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Yes, we all know that, Mr. Judge. Anyway, you have more to add to your testimony, blah blah blah. You took away, da 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 da. Yes, yes I know, yes I know, yes I know. Yes I know. What if something something? Mr. Bright, what the fuck are you talking about? I had an epiphany because I have those all the time and I'm so cool and so gay. What do you mean gay? How does that have to do anything with the trial at hand, Mr. Bright? Well, frankly, you know, it means certain things. Yes, you gave me that photo this morning because you're the coolest and you believe in me. And then I turn it around because we're Japanese. Wow. It's a photo of the real crime scene. I can't believe it. It's real blood in the real crime game. I can't believe it. And a handprint. I'm sorry, Emma. There's so much evidence against you, even though you technically shouldn't be convicted for murder because it wasn't fucking murder. Thanks. Okay. I'm gonna... Ugh, this is what I get for making decisions on my own. This is my punishment for trying to be an independent soul. I should no longer be independent, really. Anyway. Jeez, that was like the last 20 minutes of my time. What the fuck? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence? I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on them. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? You mean you, the chief of police, had been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal of history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what you want to really happen. What? You mean you'll admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use that situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay on her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted, Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had to plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe all the blood off the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean the piece of cloth? Come now, Righto, cough it up already. You know, I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Guard, that you were hiding the cloth you cut from the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, but being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just moments ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late. Been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then. Let's see this conclusive evidence, the evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. Say, handprint on the piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to lab for analysis. That handprint on the leather, it must have been strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow as the uptake is ever worthy. What? Think about it.
Raito had it all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean he already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belongs to must have been the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are there? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma. Emma Skye. What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? That's really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall at his death. How could you monster! Miss Skye, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposefully concealed evidence. Conclusive evidence, that my friend is a serious offence. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, a piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. Contradicting the cloth. What would it be? Very good question. Contradicts the cloth. What would contradict the cloth? Be taken off. Something, but what? There's Emma's prints. Not that. Not that. Because that, yeah. There's a glove. What? Save scum? No. 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 I don't care about... What? Save? Psh, no, I just wanna... I shouldn't say that. 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 I should not say that to anyone ever, frankly. Cause how... I'm not really sure how anything contradicts it.
It's like... that makes no sense to me. I can't pause here. There's not much left to the trial. This is like the end of the actual crime. It's just that. Like, what else would there be though? So. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes? His shirt is showing underneath. Oh, because the cloth isn't bloodied. Is that what you're trying to say? Because, like, I wouldn't have assumed that it was the shirt's problem, but the cloth is not bloody. Okay, I get you, I get you, I get you, I get you. I probably would have figured that out. I was just guessing. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Guard, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Oh my god! That's real fucking cruel. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out the bloodless piece from the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through that very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. Oh my lordy lord. So, finally. Oh, you look so adorable or desperate like that, Mr. Gant. You look so fucking adorable. That was so close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refuse your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Fido here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Fido? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. God, he's desperate. He's so desperate. Oh my god, he's so cute when he's desperate. I love a man struggling. I'm afraid Mr. Gunt's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, it's time to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed that piece of cloth? Look, I don't know. I don't think so. Not really. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gunt. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you cannot prove your conduct was in violation of the law, do so now. Here's the evidence law. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, bsky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, it was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when this picture when was this picture presented? It was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Oh my god, look at him. My poor guy. Have fun with that. I'm sure he's having a great time. I knew I shouldn't have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum.
For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something from me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman, Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? I can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was talking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, the accursed knife. So because you're an egotist and a control freak, you killed him. I don't know why you killed Marshall, but that's why you killed Goodman. I'll save my comments until the end. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble upon it, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she has as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do that. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must know that. Tell me, were they? Why did you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. It's okay, Edgeworth. You'll get married and you'll be fine. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. God damn it. Damn it, I wanted a lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. God. Oh. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginnings. Interesting. There are two things I want to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. At that, all that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant, helped me forge evidence, up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in the trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might take it to the top. Aww. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye, and to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It's nothing. Liar. He's so cute. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. Oh, cutie. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, his trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant Lana Skye not guilty. Yay! Yay! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is all. This court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. You keep doing that. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but I realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what happened. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy. Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Yay! Happy family! Yay! I love sibling love. No one can change the past. One thing you can do is strive to make up for your mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back on our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright. Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Cutie. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Oh. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime in my own way, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be the truth for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I cannot continue to be a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think about today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise wouldn't have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. Is this a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Oh my god. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Like, I think it's this. And that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me, but... like... from Lana Sky... I couldn't have found that either. There's a lot of things. It might mean something to you. I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright. It seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. Oh, he's so cute. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends I need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. I say. Edgeworth? What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth. I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. God. That's gay. That's gay. That's gay. That's gay. That's the gayest shit they've ever said to each other. I don't care. Everything else they've ever said. That bit, that's the gayest moment. That's the gayest moment between them. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Aww, Phoenix, that's so sweet of you to say. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, Detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison, it's a different story, huh? Basically, I had to bribe the guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Where'd it go, Detective? I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Very cute. Oh my god, lovely. Very lovely, very lovely. Arrange for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days of prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back into the field somehow. And then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Well, that sounds very optimistic of you, Lana. Very optimistic of you to say that, but I guess you will have your ways eventually. Yikes, I thought I was goner for the moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy. I mean, they could have just fired you, but you know, who knows, Gumshoe? Who knows? Oh my god. Oh, I've been talking all fucking day, Jesus. I'm surprised my voice isn't fucking gone. It might be tomorrow, though. It might be tomorrow, because I've never talked this long in my whole life. How many hours? 6. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday, I'm going to make it as a detective. I hate that you did that to me, sir. I'll be just like Dick Gumshoe. Wow, credits. Graphic, Shuichi, Kyoko, Yasuhiro. Great job, guys. Koji, Chai, Chi, Toshihiko. That demonic thing that I'm sure someone likes. Otherwise there wouldn't be a plushie of it, because there is. Wow. And your life's getting on just fine, isn't it? Haha. Programming for Miyaki Sato. Hitoshi Saki, Shiro Mikata, Daisuke Kaneko. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with my steak lunch? Miss Star managed to sneak this in for me. She's seeing the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. make sure Billy and the gang get their water. Aw, cute. Marshall. Akimi Kimura on the sound. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes of bitter defeat, and the bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller. So just make sure not to eat it backwards. That's cute. That's really cute, actually. Ben Jude with the localization. Good on you, Ben. And Brandon Gay. Good on you. Good on you. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something for well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh, no, I've got my gravel. God. Oh, this music's so nice. I like this music a lot. Global Solutions. Thanks for the translation. Steve Anderson, Looney Kim, Yuli, Yokomuto, Alexander O. Smith, Phillips Soldini. Hi, Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm fully fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, the afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Oh, Maya, I've missed you. I missed you, Maya. I missed you, Maya. Oh, Maya, I missed you. I missed you. I missed you, Maya. I'm waiting for the credits to be done so I can fucking save. And then I will go on a rant about how I felt about that. Ayatomo Tanimoto, what a cool name. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Terrible things, really. Terrible things that we're all excited to learn about in the next game that we will be starting on the Wednesday. And I'm very excited to start it. I've only been waiting for it forever. Look, Thank you for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I'll have to do is open this book. Wow, a letter? Aww. Oh my god, that's so cute! Aww. Oh, family bonds. Oh, I love it. Thanks, Capcom. Oh. Anyway, can I save now? Yay, saving my content. Huzzah. Yes. And that means that we can start the next game later. So, I have thoughts, and I'm going to divulge those thoughts. My thoughts include, Get. I'm so very happy that I met you. You're the hottest guy in this entire game so far. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to take your place, really. Yes, you're a bad person, but I'm into that. I also see that Edgeworth has a bit of self-loathing to do. I also understand why people ship Gant and Von Karma now. I understand where that came from. with that last statement, but I guess that's all that really matters with that, is that last statement there. But I have been recording for 6.5 hours. I have been here from the start of the school day to the end of the school day. My voice deserves a break. I deserve to eat some food. You deserve to head out. So, I think that's all. I'm going to shut up and not speak again until fuck knows when. Thank you all. This was great. I was so happy to finish this. I'm so happy to have hung out with Gant, and so many things occurred. You don't need to know what I'm going to get up to. I'm not going to tell you that. But, you know. Bye-bye.